Hey guys, this is Cryptocurrency Shops here, coming live to you on Wednesday, December 2nd, 2020. We have an interesting morning today. I'm going live and watching the Julia Chatterley show on CNNI. Right now, I don't know when she's going live, but I think the show's on for about an hour or so I'm going to come to you for a bit. I got my things in place for my stock market, so I'll keep an eye on that on the phone here. We'll keep these crypto charts up on the board with XRP and Bitcoin. I'll change to any that anybody else wants to see. If anybody has any questions, feel free to put it in the live chat here, or anything they want to look at. I'm open to anything. We're going to talk about whatever we feel like. Today is wide open. We have cryptocurrency. We have our cannabis prohibition vote today. That is huge. We have tomorrow with regulation. We have the interview with Julia Chatterley with Brad Garlinghouse, and just the election bullcrap that's still going on. We have what else do we have going on? Just a lot of stuff with that election itself. And just anything else, man, coming into the holidays. How'd everybody's Thanksgiving go? We got Christmas time coming. We got Cyber Monday. That already passed. Black Friday, that's gone. Stimulus. Hey, I heard a cool thing. Not a cool thing. I heard a very interesting number that the Bearable Bull mentioned, I think, yesterday in his video. And confirm it or not, whatever, I'm sure he's done his due diligence. I haven't checked into it, but I'm going to trust him and go out and agree with him and promote it here. But he mentioned that 22% of the US dollar that has been printed all time has been printed in 2020. 22% of all money printed 2020. That doesn't give you a clear picture that the dollar is being so inflated to oblivion. I don't know what to tell you. 22% is a hell of a lot, guys. All right, so I don't know what they're talking about right now. Biotech CEO speaks, CNN approves COVID-19 vaccination. Hey, we'll talk about that too. How many of you people are getting this ain't working. Hang on one second. All right. How many of you people are going to be going out there getting that vaccination? And what if they come out a little bit trying to regulate? Forgive me, my head goes down. I'll be watching the markets open up here shortly, and the pre-markets and everything. This makes it tough on my ear. Oh, it's a little brisk out this morning. It feels good out there. I like coffee and brisk mornings and brisk evening walks. Hang on one second, too. Oh. I was hoping last night we were going to keep dipping. We hit to what? 59, 58. Really want I want that 47, 48, 49 area. Gotta get back in. I got some of my XLM back though. I played the split on that. We'll just see what happens. Hoping to get that hoping to get my XRP back. That's the big one. So as we're waiting here for the Julia Chatterley interview with Brad Garlinghouse, just if anybody has anything they want to look at, I'm just going to sift. I'll be on and off quiet here until somebody sparks up some stuff. What's up, Maximo? What's going on, man? So many things going on. So much uncertainty. So much waiting. I will tell you something, man. If any of you follow me on Twitter, go check out what I put up there. I found something interesting yesterday when I was looking at I followed penny stocks. I used to be into them pretty good in 2016 and 17 18 when they made their blast off. Interestingly enough, go look at those charts I put out there. Look at the similarities from those penny stocks, ones that were around, ones that weren't around until 2019 and 20, after the crypto run, after the cannabis run. Look at the volume, look at the patterns on the charts, match them with cryptocurrencies that weren't around with the bull run in 2017 and 18, match them with cryptocurrencies compared to cannabis stocks and shares that came out like in 2019. Look at those patterns. Look at the volume. Look at the dates, and just compare them all. It's astounding, and it seems like it's obvious as day. It's the beginning of the next run, and it shows with cannabis, and it shows with cryptocurrency. They're so similar, it's not even funny. Anybody expecting the next little drop here or what? Like a little one here. That one got the what, 56, just below 56. I forgot to put that stuff on my eyes. My eyes have been so dry. Let's see here. These are all the cannabis ones that I have on my watch list, whether I'm a part of or not. But these top ones, yeah, these are all the ones I'm playing. I was looking at some of the things yesterday compared to the last run and everything. Trying to see what we got, where we'll go to, what the possibilities are from those highs last time. And I would assume if regulation clarity, as well as regulation clarity with crypto, as well as the House voting on the prohibition of cannabis today. Not sure when that's coming, but I can only imagine that would instill a boom to no tomorrow with cannabis. So looking at the highs from before, and whether prices were already consolidated into the hype or not, the price come down. Like again, it's matching the crypto spike in the dip, and now we're slowly gaining. I am trying to get as much as I can in both markets because I believe 2021 we are going to see both of them take off to extraordinary numbers. What's up, Matt? Welcome to the cryptocurrency shops, man. I'm gonna do. I might go for a while here, guys. We'll see. We'll see how things go. I got everything set up. Waiting for this Julia Chatterley interview with Brad Garlinghouse and watch her give him the googly eyes. I'm not sure she's got that ring on the finger, but you'll watch her body emotions lean into him. And I'm not sure if Brad's married, and he kind of like he likes the flirting going on live on TV, and has the like you're a pretty good looking woman, and I gotta lean back and control myself. And watch his body emotions; they're funny. Let's get this going, guys. Come on. I want to see some activity today. Boris Johnson welcomes vaccine rollout. I don't know if she doesn't go right on CNN too, right? Is she on like CNNI? They don't do the same thing. That's what I thought. Hey, Maximo or Matt, anything you guys want to look at? Anything you guys have? Any questions? I don't know if either of you know Life Life's Twitter handle. He said he got on there, and I don't know what it was. I keep forgetting to ask anybody. You can check my Twitter handle out and follow those, or look at those pictures and charts that I put up there, and compare them to the crypto, which I could probably put a few up here and see. I just got to look back to see which ones they are. My Twitter handle's at crypto_shops. Do I watch the DXY? You have to tell me what the DXY is. Obviously, I probably don't. What's the DXY? Man, I'll tell you what. Look at Vale. I pulled it up. I had a feeling about it. I never got in. I'm pissed. I am furious about the move. Look, I mean, gosh, man, I hate it. It's so like I hate when I do my own research. This is what I understand with one blockchain backer. Oh, like the dollar metric. Yeah. Oh, occasionally I'm not too into it. I just kind of look at. I don't look at that. I don't know as much. I used to look into the forex and follow the dollars in between the countries, that all their different rates, and I just haven't gotten into it too much. I felt it would distract me too much into the other things I do. I'm sure it's probably something I need to understand and get involved, especially since I'm so heavily invested in the crypto and in the stock market and everything. There's definitely different things I need to look into and study and analyze. I'm sure it would help. Oh, but Vale, yeah, just all the all the people would speculate and how you're not going to see that kind of you're not going to see that kind of return right now off you watch the day trading. Oh, okay, Life, that's cool, man. Yeah, Life, if you send out your Twitter handle, man, I just want to when I send out like pictures or hits for like things I'm looking at for like the cannabis market or stock market. Yeah, that's cool. You said you followed. I just don't know what your name is. I can't tag it out, man. I was going to tag you, so you got it because I don't know if you get a pop up and if you don't see it on like the Twitter feed. I have no idea how anybody has their Twitter feed set up, but I know if I hit you or tag you, at least you might have a better chance at seeing it. But here back at Vail, listening to the experts are just like, nah, nah. I hate it because it does. It plants something in your head at X King TV. Let me write it down so before I go there. Must have missed the dang. Must have missed the X because I was trying King and Life and stuff. Cause I remember you saying something. Matt, your Twitter, it's the same. All right. Um, but these experts, man, this is why I understand why blockchain backer says stuff. He doesn't like to look at other charts, and he probably blocks the other things because it's as much as it's good to take in info, it's just as bad. I think when it implants into your head, regardless if you don't follow it, like you don't believe it, or you're just trying to take it as a side note, it still plays in your head. And this is where it happened to me on Veil. Veil, 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 Veil. And I'm pissed. I'm pissed because I hate listening. Man, I'm usually pretty good at blocking other information out and not letting it ruin my own decision. I've been better at it, but here's one where it ruined me. My thing is, and look at that. My call was breaking 15. And that was, yeah, right here. This is it. This is what I was looking at. Breaking 15. And the time I was looking at it was on this breakout. No, this one right here, 10. But on this month, September. So that's when I seen it. Not here, not down here, but right here. So this is where I seen it, and I formed that my traditional wedge too, man. And that's wedge on the bigger, wedge on the smaller, and I'm sure inside. And look at this bad boy, just ticking me off. Just ticking me off. It does. It bugs me, man. I hate missing stuff. MoneyGram, like their stock. Yeah, I'll check it out. As long as I can find it, I'll check it out. I don't know their dang thing because I don't follow it. What's their hey Matt, what's MoneyGram's what's their symbol? Under first of all, it's on. Never mind, MGI. I got it. Yeah, I got it. Thanks, man. Um, there it is on the right. I guess it's doing the same stuff as our crypto, right? Making its dip now, and we'll see what happens. I mean, they've gone up pretty good, huh? A lot of you guys get into it when it was down here, or what? Pretty good pulls, man. Damn, everything. I hope a lot of people loaded up on certain things in March and made some good pulls. Julie Chatterley's not talking about it again. U.S. stocks set to pull back from record highs. Interesting, of course. Yeah, we could just take out that word almost, right, Matt? Oh man, so many. I don't like. There's so many. I can make a list. So many things I have on my alerts between penny stocks, stock market, cannabis, crypto, big market players, and You really truly need to have a notebook and a spreadsheet. Yeah. You have to have that notebook to write down what's going through your head and what you looked at like last week or 2 weeks ago or a month ago. Because, well, I do. I'll forget and I get onto that next train and forget. And it's like I got to go back to my notes and like school organize that stuff and tag them with those little tags. And when I'm done with it, then I can fold it away or get it out of there. But they should always have like a little red flag up on there until I make my player move, and then sit tight. I think that's a good system. I think I'm going to get my notebook back out that I used to play with crypto, and I did the same thing, like make marks and make sure that you got something that, or at least look back into it because you'll forget. There's so much out there. You talking about MoneyGram's all-time high? Well, I don't see why not, bud. I don't see why not. That's pretty up there too. 18. That's USA FDA to discuss BioNTech Pfizer vaccine December 10th. Good luck. Discuss all you want. I wish people would grow more balls and just be like, you guys can go suck it. Not taking no damn vaccine. I think more people, as much as I hear people just say, "Oh, they'll be in first in line," good for you. But I hope we see a lot more pushback than what we hear. I really do. People are crazy to step in line to get that damn vaccine that quick. You're out of your mind. The other thing is the fact that you got 3, 4 companies, all their efficacy is so high, their effectiveness is so high. Get out of here. You either it's two things. One, you've had this for a long time, and all this shit was played to disrupt, to distract, to take over control, and obliterate the normal working citizen in the U.S., to eliminate the middle class, to divide, to separate the low poverty and divide a bigger gap between that low poverty to the rich and the wealthy. And that's what they're doing. The middle class runs this country if they want to. That is your masses. And they know they have to wipe that out for control. That's my opinion. So what they're doing right now, they're blocking everything to me. They're distracting you. This whole vaccination thing, they've already known about it. There's no way this many companies come out with that high of effectiveness when it normally takes years to even get to that, 20 to 40%, 30 to 60%, 60 being one of the really higher ones. I just don't I just don't believe it. You all come out this warp speed, shit's that good already with no, man. I don't believe it. What's up, monetarily digitized? Yes, they have had it, or they are overselling it. What, the vaccine? Yeah, if that's what you're talking about, absolutely. They've definitely had it waiting in the wings for this. This is all planned. All planned. All planned for the global shift. And if some people put everything together, just step outside your normal box. What's up, MRH, man? Yep. Yeah, monetarily. Yep. I agree. I'm with you all the way on that. I lose more and more faith what's going on with the election and start to feel the Trump administration's playing us too, or man, they got one hell of a plan deep down inside, part of the JFK Jr. affiliation, and just really ready to tear down the deep state, or we just got played like pieces of shit. And hopefully people like us in the crypto market are prepared for it. The preppers are prepared for it. And I'm going to keep saying the people that are wealthy right now, the higher middle class, where they're so into the market and they're not involved in crypto and they're not taking the preparation seriously because they are used to the cycle of stock market drops, you invest more, money goes in, and I make a shit ton 30 years down the road from my ultimate retirement. Their portfolios are millions. And now I've mentioned this before, $1 million today might be worth $100 tomorrow. So you sitting there as a higher middle class person thinking you're wealthy and you're ready for this. If it goes away, I think it might go. You drop to that poverty level and you're not in preparation. You're not ready. You're not ready for it. You sat on that deflating dollar and they promised you the world, man. Promised you the world, and they showed it to you on digital banking accounts. For all you that are afraid of digital assets, it's all digital anyway. I don't know. Yeah, man, it is scary as hell. Watch some guys I follow on TikTok too, man. TikTok's good. They got some good people out there talking about some serious shit. And again, their final disclosure is always, I hope this doesn't happen, but I'd be silly not to prepare myself for what may come. How do you explain to your kids, and I have two of them, how do you explain to your kids, because they're so used to this free world, and they don't have the grandparents that talk to them like we had about what could always happen. So our generation has it in our mindset that this is a possibility, right? That break off is just below my age. And you could see the break off, the people that are in my 10-year area, I'm 44. So you take people that are 34-ish, and there's a breaking line there when you talk to people younger than that. They're oblivious to any of it. You talk to people that are older and older than 35, they're not. And you get to some people that are 60, whether they give a shit because their age, they know it's totally possible. Yeah, MRH, I remember, man, us 44s. That's our target, buddy. That's us right there. XRP 44. $44. That's where we sell 1,000 of them. How about that? Is that a pact? It's only 44 grand. It buys you the new Humvee or something, but it goes at 44,000. You got to buy back at $1 or at like $10. Yeah, we're bicentennial babies, baby. 76. When's your birthday? Mine's May 30th, Memorial Day too. Think of that. I got a lot of my whole family has a lot of holiday birthdays, man. It's crazy. Everybody's born on a holiday, or at least right on it. Oh, I gotta get off this one. That's MoneyGram. Sorry, whoever said that. The pre-market. Market's open in a minute. I gotta get my phone over there. Excuse me. Oh, my brother was just, I don't know if there's news that just came in on one of our stocks. I'm hoping so. My gosh, been sitting on this for a long time, and they said it's on their website. 9-month stability study. Dude, if this takes off, I'm going to be clapping and taking shots. PMCB, I've been with them for a long time. You'll see it right here. It's sitting on my, it's a penny stock. Now, like I said, man, I play them right here. Opening up. Boom, let's go to it. Come on, study. You take us to the moon, baby. Market's open. Complete that study. That's where I got it back in, but down here, try to catch that low. So you see that blue line, the nice grab by Moise. October 6th. Well, you just had a birthday. Good job. October. What was trying to think who else October. Well, belated happy birthday. Hey, is anybody, so I follow a lot on the penny stocks. I've never seen the penny stocks have so much volume ever. And the volume is insane. To me, it's part of the shift. I telling people I know they're in it to get your money out, get your profits, and get out. Oh, that's on the day. I gotta change that. Son of a gun. I get this bad boy up here. So I used to play this many years ago when I got in as my first player, guys. PMCB. Played it when it was at 3 cents all the way. Boom! Look at that. Bam! I hope this thing takes off. My brother's got a good play on this for a while, and I moved some stuff into the cannabis market off of this, and I'm glad I didn't pull this yet, but was going to load up more right in here. But because I had a feeling news was coming. It just seemed right that they were tanking this so low, and now it's time for it to go, man. I really hope this thing goes. Nice. Congratulations, Monetary. Congratulations, man. Oh, this could be a good day. Oh, man. Come on, baby. Run, baby, run. I'm going to move this one for a second. Let's see how this other stuff's doing. Yeah, I think this stuff's just working its way up. Let's see, U.S. stocks lower in early trading, bond yields. All right, let's see, Julia. Come on, where's that Brad Garlinghouse interview? PMCB, baby. So, again, I got in at 3 cents, wrote it up to 7 and 12, and I think it went to 16. I was new, man. I didn't go heavy, but I went heavy enough. I think I made a few grand off it and lived off it for a little bit. My transition to starting a business, so it was pretty good. And I've never steered away from this. I wish I. Damn, nice. A long wait, and I'm hoping this next year really pays off good on PMCB. If they can get FDA regulations, it's something. And guys, this is still early. This is still early. Don't think about it down here. Look at this. Like I said, that's where I grabbed it. Played that pick perfect, and setting up that could be a cup and handle. God, my eye. Setting up a long, big cup and handle. I hope it don't take down. They're good at that too, man. They're good at putting some news and people will play it out and buy back. This thing will go crazy. They do a lot of push out. They scare tactics. You never know with penny stocks. It'd be fake, but I think it's pumping. I think people are trying to get back in. Get some of these run. Here's those cannabis stocks I was talking about. I think they're just setting up. I think they're just setting up slowly. Yesterday a dip. That's fine. Dip away. I'm sitting on a 2-month contract, so we'll wait it out. See what's up. I think we'll see a lot more green coming back today. Which is like I'm saying. Here's my sleeper, man. Tilray. Still don't understand those options, man. They way out the $600 play, so I'm interested. Let's sell off Sons of Guns right there. Oh, MRH, you're talking about making plays, buddy. This is a typical one right here, whether it keeps going or not. PMCB, baby, open up. You sell that sucker, set that sell order, and look at the buyback already. That's what too. That's how you accumulate on this bad boy. Yeah, that's how you accumulate quick. I was just calculating some stuff. I'm gonna have to read that article. I gotta find out what's going on. It's probably just their study. We're waiting. Yeah, no stocks yet. Well, look at my board, man. Those cannabis stocks are still there. I mean, you can watch some tank, catch some on a drop. I just think 2021, even even regardless if it tanks, it's coming back. Cannabis isn't going anywhere, man. Cannabis is not going anywhere. They're gonna use it for tax money. Use it for tax money to get back their money that they printed off freely to everybody. They're talking about all their tests passing, everything that they sent, their 6 month study. They're always positive on their tests. The only thing that got backlash was when they submitted their into the FDA. They had questions, which is fine, so it was paused. They've never specified exactly what, but again, could all be bull BS. I don't know. Just taking a look at these penny stocks again. They're just so much volume. I don't. So much volume. They're just playing. They're taking money out. Why did it tank? Regulation uncertainty. Who's that? Mr. Crypto Humper. What's going on, man? Hey, what do you? Why did what tank? I'm waiting for news from these bad boys. AstraZeneca. Go ahead. I don't care. Pump that stupid. That's one of the vaccine people. Vaccine companies. Looking for a long few days. That's what a long few days on these pumps, man. Come on, looking for XRP to get its dip too, man. It didn't. I mean, it tanked. It took a good retrace. Crypto Humper, a good retrace is what I'm thinking. I mean, tanking is a big term, but it tanked. If I said something about tanking, it was back. It coincides. I might have spoke wrong too, man. I might get rambling. It tanked with crypto after the run in 2018. And I'm talking about comparing the charts from crypto and cannabis. And if you're talking about more recent, it took a good retrace. And I think the prices, they're all accumulating. And and they're gaining traction. And a lot of the charts, there's a few of them I posted on my Twitter handle too, is they're following crypto right now too. I sold like I think it was Dash. Dash and somebody. I wish I could remember. But I think I put it on my Twitter page and there'll be a picture of it. But these charts are showing very similar patterns. Just like they did in 2017 and 18. Look at, I think this was it. Here's Dash and Aurora. And there's a lot of them. Yeah, it follows together because the big elites, they play this, man. It's all set up. They all play it together with their money, dude. They know what's going on. They all know what the hell's going on, and they all play it and move their money around. You just got to siphon through it. You really do. It's just a lot of legwork and research. I mean, it is. But these guys, it's just amazing the similarities. So I am all in cannabis. I'm all in crypto. There's nothing changed in my mind. I don't care. Am I afraid of the actual market? Yes, except the big players. Smaller penny stocks, biotechs, play them, get your profits, get your investment, get what we're on. I don't know how I missed it. Yeah, he's on now. I gotta get back just a bit. Rewind. Julia Chatterley started speaking with the man. Forgive me for a second. I can't believe I missed that. Come on. Right back. How far back did she start? Man, I was rambling for a little while. You've been talking to him for a little bit already, huh? There we go. There we go. You might be able to hear it in the background. I'm going to turn it up. Let me know if you can hear that, guys. violently believe. All right, well, she's going to come back. I'll turn it back up when she comes back to it. China preparing for large-scale vaccine distribution. Of course they are. Been sitting on it for a while. Look at the hazmat it up. Global vaccines, baby. How do you guys all feel about that? It literally feels like I'm watching a movie. It doesn't feel like it's for my own safety. Just doesn't feel like for my own safety. That's all. So she just went over kind of the similar stuff that she's been going over in our previous discussions. I like how she slipped in there the IPO, and Brad was smart about saying we haven't told anybody our plans yet. So it was funny because she kind of made it sound like you are doing an IPO. When are you doing it? And he's like, well, we haven't really disclosed that to anybody. Yeah, microchip 666, baby. Yeah, I just hope people are ready for what's to come, man. I don't believe that any of this is for our own good or safety. Not at all. And the scary thing is it's not just our country. That's what's scary. It's global. And I don't think people realize that yet. That they think, how can a global scale new world order take place? Well, it's like you can take charge at your house with your family on a small scale. People can take charge on a global scale. It's putting people in place and people in high places for many, many years. I mean, look at all the signs. Look at all the signs. Look at the stuff and the disruption that's happening. I mean, take 3 years ago, if somebody were to say you can't have Thanksgiving dinner with your family because of a virus or disease, all these places would be closed down. People would think you're crazy. Oh, she's done. I thought she was coming back to close up with Brad Garlinghouse. So she's going to do more. I guess you got to go to her. What she said is you got to go to her Twitter handle to watch, I guess, the closing, the little bit more. Yeah, I'm just getting prepared, I guess. Everybody should do their own preparation with everything. What's that, Matt? F that. Yeah, if that's with the whole micro and vaccination, yeah, screw that thing. I hope enough people push back. That's all I got to say. Let's get on some Fox Business. Take a look at what's going on with the market. I mean, we prevail in the masses globally. People just got to wake up. There's a lot of accumulation on that PMCB going on right now. I want 3 vaccines injected from each company once a month. Fuck out of here. I mean, but MRH, you're not far off. And go do a little research on it. You'll see, like, research up how they store, like, DNA, and then look at the research on the 2 different, who was it, Moderna and the Pfizer. Look at how they're 2 different vaccinations. How 2 different ones have to be stored at way different temperatures, and then they're saying you have to have 2 shots, one following the other, and one's being distributed now, which I thought was, I don't know if it was the Pfizer or Moderna one, and then the other one has to come and play in a month later or 2 months later. Get out of here, dude. Get out of here. No fucking way. It's a bunch of bullshit. People that are taking it, sucking it up, they're crazy. They're crazy for your own good. If I die because I catch something and I can't fight it, then I guess that's meant to be. My body, it's time. It doesn't have enough ability to fight it. But that's what my body's here for. It's to naturally fight that stuff. So I'll let it do its thing. I'll do some natural remediations and stuff. I'll drink my teas and have my elderberry and have my sun and my vitamin A, B, C, D, elemental P, K. Take it all, whatever you got to do. Pump yourself with some actual good water, because who knows what they're putting in water. I don't trust that anymore. That's where I'm at. I'm totally nuts now. I just don't trust anything. What's there to trust? If this is an actual plan to inject people, whether it's some microchip or whether it's some DNA change or whether it's just to fucking kill you off or whatever it is, or just to make money, doesn't matter. Pick one of the categories or pick them all. But what is it? You literally think it's just to make you better, to help you from catching this disease or virus that really you probably haven't even caught, or it's been sitting in your body dormant from the coronavirus antibodies anyway, and your body's just getting stronger without taking the vaccinations? I could play that all day long too. There's BioNTech and Pfizer up. You get the flu shot, hey, 50-50 out there with flu shot. I'll keep away from it. I don't want that shit in me either. I'll take my common cold and let my body fight off the flu vaccine. They can't hit the damn strain anyway, so why inject yourself with something that's not even going to get hit off the maker, like the strain, whatever one they make. It's just effectiveness. I don't know what numbers to believe on their effectiveness anymore. I really don't. All I know is everybody that I see get it comes down sick. I'm just saying. I don't rarely come down sick, and if I do, I could fight it off in like a day or two, and it's gone. You know what I use? I use I use hydrogen peroxide, right? I swab my mouth, or I gargle. I swab my ears. I swab deep into my nose. If I have that morning where you're just feeling a little under the weather, like you're starting to catch it, or somebody in your house isn't doing well, I I swab up, man. I use hydrogen peroxide. Snap, fruit fly, whatever. I use hydrogen peroxide, and I use mine straight up. I don't. If I gargle with it, I might do 50-50, but I make sure I get vitamin C. I have a lot of lemon, fresh squeezed lemon water, broth, salty broth, soups, um, broccoli, avocados, whatever I can pump into my body at that time. And you know what? I come out pretty well. Keep away from anything that has sugars. Natural sugars are fine. Uh, Anything with a lot of carbs and sugars, I try to keep away from it. It's it's like a natural remedy for taking care of it all. I don't, and even if I do feel sick, it doesn't last long. It's gone like within a day or two, but it's more or less under the weather. If I get something, I'm sure it's going to kick my ass because I think my body's formed to fight so much, but if something gets me, it's going to fucking hurt, I'm sure. Um, man, everybody, I know so many people, they all get the flu shot. They all come down sick. My ex forces the damn flu shot on my kids. Sneaks behind my back. I wish they would just do their own research and make their own decisions. They stop sometimes, but everybody makes you feel feared, Fear this, feel that. You're gonna get sick. Hey, MRH, man, I don't bash people for taking the vaccination, the flu shot. I don't. I just see a lot of patterns with more people that get the dang flu shot come down sick. That's it. Just people that I'm around and hear from. We started making a chart. We'll make a graph, but it's whatever. It's not a big deal to me. I'm just not putting anything in my body like that. I don't need it. I don't feel I need it. But I get it. And I see a lot of people that I know work in the medical field that are forced to do it. And I've watched a lot leave the field or went to private practices so they didn't have to because they left it up to them. But these bigger markets like Duke Med and UNC, they make them all take it. That's my problem. The big pushes, man. These big people, they force stuff on people, or you take your rights away, like your job. That sucks, man. That's the start. That's the part I hate seeing. And they make it say that if you don't take it, it's you're causing the issue to have somebody else get sick, and you work in that field, so you can't work here. To me, that's wrong. That's control. I don't know. My opinion. I think there's other stuff you can put in your body to maintain health. So, but this vaccine is another breed. Like in MRH, you're one example there, I guess, on it. Like you take the flu vaccine, cool. So do most of my buddies, and a lot of them say what you say. You're out of your mind to take a vaccine that quick with something like this. But you know what, MRH, I think more people are gonna, when it really comes out. Let's see how many people change their tone because they're gonna be forced, whether their job forces them or not. And that's where it comes to sacrifice. And I talk to friends and family about it. Sacrifice is the biggest thing. What are you willing to sacrifice to stop their corruption? That's where I get it. What are you willing to give up? Because they'll take everything. They'll take everything from you. Are you willing to let them take everything? or are you willing to stand up and say, I gotta provide? It's a tough decision. That's the decision they put onto everybody. Yeah, no one should be forced. That's it. That's the main thing. So MRH, so you're one of the rare few that I've heard like, so you used to have issues going through the winter, huh? And now you take the vaccination and you do good. I mean, I can't argue that. What am I, you know? And I think vaccinations work differently for everybody. Everybody's body's different. So when you're pumping something into somebody, MRH, it's good for you. Somebody else, it's not. They have reactions to it. That's that's why you can't force things on people. You don't know who it's going to bother. What are these people that have uh, what the hell's the word? Formability. What is it? They can't take vaccination. Yeah, I mean there it is. So you're one of those few. Like it works good for you. And what are you? I'm not mad. I don't give a shit. That's awesome. Like I don't want it. I don't want it. I do fine without it. I'm good. You want it. It does great with you. You take it. Both of us, that's our choices. That's what our free country is all about. Our free choice. And when you take that free choice away, I have a problem with it. Oh, what do we think here on this XRP chart, man? I'd like another coiling up again. Are we going to have another drop? Because I really want to get some of my XRP back. Oh, back. I need one of those kick-ass chairs. Gamer chair, man. Gamer chair. I don't know. Is anybody? Yeah, me too. I'm sitting. Hey, MRH, I got at least I got half my I did half my play back on XLM, so it wasn't a big play, but I didn't want to lose so much, so I got half of it back, and I'll wait for another dip, which is fine. So if it dips, I'll at least accumulate more. If it doesn't, I at least got half back and sit out with my profits and be happy with it. And looking to do the same with XRP, but be happy with whatever it is. I'm always going to be bugged with not hitting perfect plays, but it is what it is. Oh my goodness, great play. My brother just doubled up on PMCB with that gap. What an awesome dude. That is awesome. Yeah. What about RSR? You guys chatted a lot about that. What's that? Oh, I think I put it back up here. Still waiting on that one. Oh, that gap filled. There's a gapper. So he said he played on that high. That's perfect. Break even. Is H bar even moved enough to do any plays? I thought it's just been hovering on that 3 cent mark for a while. Let me see. Whoops. Well, let's see vet. What'd you get in at vet? Um, Crypto Humper. What's up, Don? Um, so Crypto Humper, you're trying to get more like on the dip. I mean, that's high risk, higher reward, right? I think with all the uncertainty, the moves I've been playing is I take half to break even and then play the other half. So if it does drop again, I still have some to bring back up. If it takes off, I got half of them back. So I'm kind of splitting because I'm so undecided right now what's going on and so much stuff coming out. I think I've done enough all in or play bigs, so I think I'm trying to play safe right now. I'm just trying to play safe. That's my strategy right now. I've missed some, I've got some, I'm pissed about someone or some of them. Nice, Matt. I'd like to have 100K of them too, man. Man, seeing some of you guys what you have, it's like I see some of you say some of you are like way under that I thought you were, and some of you are so far up on some. It's awesome. It's awesome, and it is about trading, buying, and like my brother just made a play. He's like he just doubled. He just doubled his shares on PMCB on that one move. Like that is fucking awesome. That thing's that's retirement right there, man. That's a retirement. Get ahead of the game on that bad boy. Yeah, that vet is the same with everything else. Crypto Humper, it's just the same thing. Right there, I would. That's just me. That's where I would be. I would have probably tried to take it on that dip and split it and just get back in case it takes off because I'm not sure what the hell's going on. Yeah, I might MRH. I might go for a while. If not, I'll just leave the chart and come back if I have to get a little morning breakfast or take a coffee leak or something. But yeah, I'm gonna ride this out because I want to see what people got to say. Does anybody know what channel um what channel the stuff is on? Oh, excuse me. Good one. I just coated it all over the dog. Mm. Fat 160, right at that. You're right at an equal. Let's see. I mean, you're right on. They're right at those price marks. Actually, a little higher on H bar. H bar already made a nice little pump. It looks like H bar is pumping up actually. So I wouldn't. H bar is pumping right now. I think I got like 300 or 400 of them. I kept meaning to get some more, but that's all. That's all I got, man. Excuse me. Nothing big. But yeah, I like the project. I just never got more of it. And that 3 cent mark is where I would have liked, but I know it dipped pretty good too. I thought. I got the sniffles. Yeah, getting a lot of notifications of things up again. So who knows what's going on now? Another pump. Come on, man. Well, that's the morning pump on stocks. And let's see. We'll settle down. People get lunches. Come back later and see where we're at. That's how that stuff works. First hour and a half. Yeah, I agree. The whole thing is just stacking before the really insanity happens. 87 million stockpiling for potential virus wave. I haven't been stockpiling. I've been doing more research than anything and trying to find certain plays in the cannabis field too, like stocks and stuff. But I mean, I've done my accumulations before. And hopefully they're good enough. What's the OG coins? You talking from getting into these earlier? Yeah, Dash. I started to go after Dash when it was really down, but I didn't keep going. And I think there's one you can mine them, right? Oh, the originals. Okay. Yeah, yeah. Dash is. I think when it was it 25? I think if it was, that's when I was saying best buy at 25. I don't know if that was somebody else. I think it was back in March, wasn't it? Oh yeah, it's gonna get there. Is that what it was at? What is it? We're getting there. Should have put the daily on. Would have been quicker. All right, so maybe it was 45. Yeah, it was 45. Yep. Hey, so keep cost averaging, Matt. It's still less than $1.11. Cost average that bad boy. What are you staring at? You're just staring at me. Dog just staring at me. He's just staring. He's a stare. Because he wants something from me, so he'll just stare until you give it to him. It's like worse than a kid. He'll just don't whine and cry, just stares. Take a look at these bad boys. What's up? Gun dipped again. I gotta find that. Curious when that vote's taking place today. I see a lot of bar talk. What's it like? Bar on the bad side? He's one of the bad guys now. Yeah, same here. And my dumbass tried to make a play on that 62 mark, and just stupid because I knew the play was at 70s. That's why the finger was there. So you got to play it when it's hype. It's so hard to play when it does this um, accumulation and just the wrong time to play. 101, play the hypes. That thing goes up. 75 was right on the button. It almost doubled it. And that's the whole point. Like, even a quarter. It's just dumb. This is the worst time to play when it's consolidating. Take the wave. Bam. When it goes up hard, that's when you take it. And then play the retrace. I mean, it's common sense. You just get nervous. You get nervous to play it when it's so hype because it's the FOMO. It's the fear of missing out. What if it goes to $1? It's exactly what it is. You never know when it's going to keep going, but even if it did, you know it's going to retrace. So even if you miss that, that's the part. You hate to sell it when it goes even much higher. Yeah, 75. I had it on my finger, my thumb, and on the computer, and because it bounced and it just it had that little stall right there, and it's like that's about perfect. And then it started trickling down. I mean, that was my play account anyway, so obviously I would have sold it higher than what I sold it at anyway, and a lot easier to buy back already because that I would have been fine. I mean, I probably would have bought, to be honest with you, I probably would have bought some back in the 60, and then if it kept going, probably bought some in the 50. So most of the time I play them in thirds, so I probably would have been sitting on another third right now, waiting to come down to that, see if it goes to 40. But after it made it here, when I looked at that fib, which I wish I looked at sooner, I don't have it coming to 40, so. Yeah, that's when I fell asleep. I passed out with my thumb on my Uphold trade account, like trading. I I woke up with my thumb on my phone, sitting at 75, and my hand was on my clicker on the laptop. It's just stupid me, man. I told myself get up because I've been up so much that I'm gonna fall asleep in the middle of the night. I know it's gonna happen. Just sit up, go get some fresh air, or get a coffee. Usually like a nice cold drink, man. Just go get some fresh air helps. Even a coffee, who cares? Energy drink. The thing is, here's the thing. There's gonna be more. So I'm gonna make the play on the next one. I still have some on the side to play. Kinda. I have this ones I'm never selling, it seems like, in one. And I have other ones that I'm waiting for the biggest bull run ever. And then I'll have some on the side to play. But so many. So many. So many small ones to play too. Like I told you guys before, like Pack Global is one of my sleepers. Apollo, Pundy, Holo. Those are ones that have accumulated in weight and sit. Casino Coin. And they're just talking about all the vaccine crap. I want to find out about that. I want to find out about that regulation. I'm out of coffee. What now? You guys want to see me go off the chain, man? I'll have an energy drink now. I don't even know what I'll say. I'll be jamming. I need to get some background music. I hate that they'll block your damn. I just want to listen to music, man. Music's free. If I pay for the account, why can't I put it out there? Even if it's the radio, like that's free music. Why can't I put it on the air? It's so dumb. It's just the dumbest regulation rules of all time. Can't put music in the block it because you're there. Whatever. So stupid. Are all starting to do that double dip down. I'm not liking that. Sucks. These guys are all doing the same thing. What's going on with that regulation? I just need this to get be a good positive day. But I'm sitting tight. Like I said, I don't have a lot invested. Upside's way greater than just losing 20, $30 here. I don't care. Bank of America, I remember he got in. Buffett got in at like 24, 25, 23, whatever that was. Gonna keep going. Wait until they crypto announce everything or be the first bank to have cryptocurrencies regulated or the CBDCs regulate through their bank and everything. It's gonna happen. Yeah, just so I'm looking at these penny stocks again, and it's amazing. It's amazing the volume. They are getting their money out. They are getting their money out, and you're gonna watch everything else take off. I've never seen so much volume. Here's a sleeper right here. This Can Trust. This is the one I'm gonna make a play in here soon. It's just maybe a great sleeper, but put something in it. Yeah, I'm looking at these, like so many of these penny stocks, 20 million, 50 million, in the billions, barely moving. That's not a common thing to get a billion volume. 1.5 is was huge back in the day. Now I'm looking at twos and threes. Like, let me go to this. Let me go to the volatile ones here. And this is insane. Here's another one. Excuse me. Yeah, 1 billion, 500 million, 300 million. I mean, these guys, they're moving, they're getting their money, man. I've never seen so much volume and activity on penny stocks. 2017 was the last time, guys. And they are pumping the crap out of all these. I only have a couple left because I've gotten out most all of them. Wish I would have noticed the copying on the crypto market. Yeah, those DeFi ones. I already wasted some of my XRP getting into it. Whatever, I was gonna pay cash for it or something, but it's easier to move XRP. But I just whatever. I'm down on them, waiting. It is what it is, you know. Still got them. Just sit tight. Mooch. Breaking news. This is the Senate. I want the House, right? I want to know when that vote is. Where's that vote? Dipping down again. This thing might come all the way back down. I'm hoping not, but all I can think of is I would have thought. Okay, if let's put it this way, I would have thought if news is going to be bad for it, we would have seen it run up yesterday higher into today. And I'm assuming they're shaking it out to get people to get out in lieu of the good news coming. That's what I'm hoping. That's what I'm hoping. Because they're all identical. They're all identical. Same movement, same pattern, every single one of them. Yeah, that's what I think's going on. XRP just chilling. Oh, huh. Still need to find that channel. Let's see if I can find it. I'm gonna look it up. I don't know if anybody has it. If someone has it, share it. I'd like to find it. I just keeps finding something like 2 days ago. Get that dip. Dip, baby, dip. Dip. Next session starts at 2 p.m. Bills, votes. What is this? Livehouse.gov. No session. Cool, Matt. What is yours is the same. You said I got it written down. MT_Matt on Twitter. I'm just on the livehouse.gov website looking all their stuff that they're supposed to be handling this week, and I thought it was today. Oh, this is for today, 1 p.m. Wednesday, December 2nd, 1 p.m. All right, there we go. It's at 1 p.m. today. All right, well, there we have it. That's what it looks like. Just got to find where. I think there's a live stream sometimes that pull, but all right, XRP, let's make that dip. My dogs are looking at me. They want to dip outside. I'll be right back out. You can hear a little activity ruffle noise here. I'll let my dogs out real quick. I'm going to go running. Oh, yeah. Might get a little bite to eat too, but I'm not going to go off. I'm just going to mute it out. I'm going to stay here.
local laws have been wrong for a long time. So I appreciate you're not wanting to get rid of the past, and we're not getting rid of the past, but we're getting rid of violations that were probably inappropriate at the time they were given to individuals, and we're making up for that. And in so many ways, they were dispensed in a discriminatory fashion. And I think that is one of the reasons that we're doing this broader brush. And I appreciate your concern that we could be more specific and it could be more tailored. But I think this thing has been bad for so long, we got to fix it in a big way. And I just appreciate the legislation. And I appreciate what you've said and Mr. Woodall has said. But I think we're past that time, and we need to get on with correcting an injustice that's been around for 50 years now. So with that, I yield back to the chairman.
Chairman, may I comment?
Sure.
Yes.
Yeah, I thank Congressman Perlmutter for his leadership and also Colorado's leadership, and to my good friend from the Judiciary Committee. First of all, the bill is thoughtful. It deals with the expungement of marijuana cases, if you will, possession and distribution. The other thing is that I wanted to make sure that we didn't leave the vaping issue without response. Most of the vaping deaths in children come from an unregulated market using cartridges or nicotine, and that has been responded to by states. When you have a regulated market, you decrease both the desire and access for children, and we are very keen on that. We didn't leave a gaping hole. This bill is narrowly drawn, rightly so, to ensure that on the federal level we decriminalize the offense of marijuana. States have been for years addressing these questions, and we know when marijuana is illegal, children go to other things as well. I think it's important to note that the Ways and Means Committee actively worked on the tax structure, and we are very grateful to them for doing that. And likewise, I know that as we were working on this, and many of us who've been dealing with this for years have known that we have somewhat eased the banking problem, which means that if it's not a federal offense, banks can be more apt to work with small businesses and others in a normal banking situation, which makes it safer for others. This past week, I lost a ex-football player. His family is still mourning, so I will leave my facts very narrow, but large amounts of marijuana were found because it was assumed, we don't have all the facts, that he might have been engaged in that. We don't condemn that at all in light of what marijuana is. What we say is we don't want to have continued loss of life, and loss of life as well as a loss of future. And this bill helps us not to have a loss of future in large populations of African Americans and other minorities.
And I thank the gentlelady, and I want to just say the addition of the funding piece to this, I think is very, very important, both from the cannabis industry side of it, as well as the ability to help correct some of the things that have occurred over these many years. And so with that, Mr. Chair, I would yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Raskin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am also a proud co-sponsor of this legislation. And when I was a state senator in Maryland, I introduced legislation to provide for a medical cannabis program in the state of Maryland, and also to decriminalize marijuana in our state. And I feel very strongly that this legislation moves us in the right direction. I want to commend Ms. Jackson Lee and also our colleague, Mr. Perlmutter, for their leadership on these issues. The war on drugs as it pertains to marijuana has really been a war on our own people. And tens of thousands of mostly young people have been caught up in the war on drugs and have had their futures ruined by virtue of having criminal convictions related to marijuana on their records, on their resumes, and so on. It's tough enough to find a job in America today with record levels of unemployment during COVID-19 without a drug conviction on your record. But if you've got a marijuana conviction on your record, and the majority of drug convictions are marijuana related, it becomes extremely difficult, if not impossible, to find a job. And I say that as somebody who I don't use even alcohol. I'm a teetotaler. I understand where the prohibitionists were coming from. I'm very vigilant in pursuing an anti-drug perspective with my own children and other kids in our family and other kids I talk to about it. But I think that our experience with prohibition demonstrates why drug prohibition has failed. And, we amended the Constitution in 1920 in the 18th Amendment to criminalize traffic in liquor. And then we had to undo that in the 21st Amendment in 1933 because it was such a disaster. All we succeeded in doing was driving up the price of liquor, building organized crime, enriching the alcohol bootlegger underworld. And it's basically been the same story with the war on drugs and certainly marijuana. And it is conservative economists who are blowing the whistle on this a long time ago, which is why William F. Buckley and the Cato Institute have been championing the cause of decriminalization and legalization of marijuana for a long time. All we've succeeded in doing is building up the power of the drug syndicates, the traffickers all over the world, enriching them without advancing the public health in any way. So I hope that this puts us on a rational course so we can deal with real substance abuse problems from a public health perspective. We can end the war on our own people, and that is a war that has disproportionately affected minority communities and young people. And we can move to promote public health in ways that actually work. So I'm proud we're doing this. It would be great if our colleagues across the aisle could join us in doing this. I do think it's something of general bipartisan common good application, and I think everybody should think real hard about joining this. It's a great opportunity for us to have a breakthrough, and I just want to thank Ms. Jackson-Lee for her leadership, and I yield back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Ms. Scanlon.
Yes, thank you. Like my colleagues, I too am a co-sponsor of this bill and do look forward to its passage. I mean, my colleagues have spoken quite eloquently about the disparate impact that the current law has had upon communities of color and young people. But I also hail from Pennsylvania, where we're one of the states that is decriminalizing marijuana at this point. It's been approved for medical use. Certainly the area that I represent, just in the past week or 2 weeks, we've seen our local agencies decide that they're no longer going to prosecute small amounts of marijuana. So, as a matter of representation, it becomes a priority to enable my state, my localities to move forward and move into the 21st century in terms of how we're going to treat marijuana federally. So with that, I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Morelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I, too, am a co-sponsor of this bill. And like Mr. Raskin, when I was in the New York State Legislature, we took, I think, the appropriate step of creating medicinal marijuana, the so-called, because of Schedule 1, though, it was, relatively hard to have. I think we called it, well, I won't get into what we called it, being able to get seeds for marijuana when you couldn't take it over state lines because of the Schedule 1 prohibition. And when you look at the other things that are on Schedule 1, Oxycontin and cocaine and some of the other drugs, which certainly seem more appropriate for Schedule 1, marijuana does not and cannabis does not. So I think the points have been made by my colleagues very eloquently. I think this is appropriate. It's long overdue. And I'm disappointed we didn't get more bipartisan support. I think we certainly should. And I think this is let the states do what they think is appropriate relative to legalization of recreational marijuana, medicinal marijuana, et cetera. But it seems to me that we're far past the time when we should be doing this. And clearly, when you look at the systemic racism and the impacts of communities of color in the disproportionate way that these laws have been applied over the years, this calls for, demands for action immediately. So I am strongly in favor of the bill and look forward
Morelli?
to.
Ms.
Yes,
Morelli?
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
May I add to your very astute comments? I think it's important to reinforce the fact that expungement is court supervised, and that's an important for prosecutors to know. This is not self-germinating. The other thing is the important point of restorative justice, which includes those funds will be used to help those who are addicted or substance abusers, which can come about in many instances, as my good friend Congressman Raskin said about our mistake in making alcohol illegal, but it created, not created, but we certainly have people addicted to alcohol. But this actually will provide resources to help in those who have been over-criminalized, help in community outreach, and I think that is extremely important. And our veterans, we've just gotten through with our immediate wars of Afghanistan and Iraq, and certainly there are conflicts and incidences around the world where veterans or soldiers who then become veterans need this medicinally. And doctors at our many, many veterans hospitals and probably military installations were fearful or did not prescribe this for veterans who were in need. We now give them that ability. We have to recognize that we should not be saying no to our veterans on legitimate medical assistance. And this legislation thoughtfully allows them to be served.
Well, I appreciate. Yeah, no, I appreciate, Ms. Jackson Lee, I appreciate very much all those points, which are very well taken and very important. And you said something earlier, which again, we should stress, which is what this bill is not. This is not legalizing cannabis around the country. That's the decision that individual states will make and whatever is appropriate for them, given their attitudes towards it. But it certainly seems to me the federal government should remove barriers for the states to do what they feel is appropriate. So again, thank you for your leadership in this. Thank you, Ms. Chairman, for not only putting the bill on our agenda, but also for your leadership as well. I yield back.
Thank you very much, Ms. Shalala.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me repeat a couple of points that people have made and then make another point. Marijuana is now legal for adult use in 15 states. It's legal for medical use in 36 states. My own home state of Florida voted to legalize medical marijuana in 2016. It's easy to think of the criminalization of marijuana purely as a matter of justice, and make no mistake about it, the war on drugs has disproportionately impacted communities of color. As you have pointed out, Mr. Chairman, while white Americans and Americans of color use marijuana at roughly equal rates, Black Americans are 4 times more likely to be arrested for marijuana possession. Our drug laws are unjust. They should be changed. I clearly support this bill. They have clearly done more harm than good. But that does not mean that marijuana use is risk-free. For decades, I've spoken out about the need for more research into cannabis. I actually ran the legal marijuana farm in Oxford, Mississippi when I was Secretary of HHS. I may be the only person here who's ever had a farm under their jurisdiction that grew marijuana. We need more research into cannabis, its uses in medicine, and the dangers it poses to our health we know very little about. While marijuana has the potential to help people in some conditions, including epilepsy and MS, and we used it during the great AIDS crisis to give people back their appetites. Healthcare providers are too often flying blind, unsure of the dosage. that they should prescribe, or whether they should send their patients to pick up, and where they should send their patients to pick up medically safe cannabis. We also need more research into marijuana, because no matter how many states pass ballot measures to decriminalize cannabis, marijuana is still a drug. We don't entirely know how severely it impairs people and what sorts of long-term effects it can have on our health, because criminalization at the federal level has prevented researchers from pursuing these studies. In the 1990s, even when we made millions of dollars available for researchers, they had so much trouble actually applying for those grants and getting access to marijuana for research purposes because of the criminal laws at the federal level. The over-criminalization of Black and brown Americans for minor drug use is a disgrace, and we can and must fix our own drug laws to combat systemic racism and mass incarceration. But we also need to remember that this should not be the end of our work on cannabis policy. If cannabis becomes legal across the country tomorrow, millions of people who are incarcerated for marijuana use would possibly get their lives back. And this would be a great thing, but we would still need a federal investment in marijuana research so we can determine how it should be used medically and if any regulations would be appropriate to protect the public health and safety. Right now, we just don't know. So my question for my friend, Ms. Jackson Lee, who's provided superb leadership on this, is how will the MORE Act help us with research into the risks and benefits of cannabis?
First of all, Madam Secretary, Madam Congresswoman, thank you so very much for, I think, a very valid point that even in the Judiciary Committee was thoughtfully considered, and that is that we recognize what cannabis and marijuana both are. They're drugs. We believe that the decriminalizing at the federal level will open the doors to researchers, to research grants, to the very question that you've raised, the very question that you were supervising with that farm in Mississippi, if I believe. We are not in any way unmindful that we have a long way to go. What we wanted to do with the MORE Act, and I really think it's narrowly constructed, and if we look at the numbers of Americans that support making marijuana legal, if you will, it is a majority of both Democrats and Republicans. But that does not say that they're not concerned about research dealing with brain impact, research, as you've indicated, of addictiveness or addiction, and of course, long-term impacts, particularly on lungs that may be impacted. So my answer to you is this is a component in progress. This is a component under the jurisdiction of the Judiciary Committee. We think other committees, now if this is ultimately passed and signed by the president, will have the opportunity to take the next steps on research. We'll now be able to have the researchers in our research institutions across America very uninhibited to apply for grants that would allow them to do this research nationally. And I just want to finish on this point, the restorative justice part of it, even though it deals specifically with trying to correct the ills that happen to the large segments of the minority population. This is going back to the 1970s. People need to understand that these men and women are still carrying that felony conviction. They could be out, but they're still denied benefits. If they wanted to go to college at age 45, they're still denied benefits. But in it, it also has a provision, as I said, on substance abuse. That's a large area of research that needs to be attended to that can help across the board on addiction questions. So, Congressman, I hope that answered your question. We think if we take this barrier away, it'll open the doors to massive research that should go on.
Thank you very much. Yield back.
Mr. Chairman, may I respond?
Yeah, Mr. Klein, you may, yeah.
Thank you. Just briefly, I think you would get consensus and you would make this more bipartisan if you enabled that research to go on and make it available to individuals in our veterans communities and others, and study it under a more limited scope than this bill is proposing. This bill, for research purposes, puts the cart before the horse. It removes it from the schedule altogether, and then allows for research to proceed. We would argue that the research could best be done under a rescheduling, and then we can discuss the benefits and whether removing it from the schedule altogether is appropriate, because we all agree that it doesn't belong in the same place on the schedule as cocaine, as heroin, as these other types of heavily addictive drugs. I think you would get much more of a bipartisan support for the measure if you went in that direction. I yield back.
Thank you. Ms. Matsui.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the witnesses here today, and I want to thank them for all their work on this issue that's been around for a very long time. I just want to say that the current discrepancy between the federal and state law regarding the criminalization of marijuana has, we all know, serious implications for racial justice, affordable housing, job opportunities, and it also creates barriers for those doing important work to study the health effects, public safety, and environmental impacts of marijuana. At the University of California, researchers are doing important work examining the chemical properties of a marijuana being sold and consumed in many states. However, despite the fact that cannabis is being cultivated right in California to sell at local dispensaries, under current law, UC researchers must obtain their study samples through the contracted site in Mississippi. We all know this research could yield important breakthroughs and provide really critical information on the local public health effects of cannabis, but it really is being stymied by our muddled legal framework. We have been discussing it for such a long time. The MORE Act will also take crucial steps to help right the disproportionate effect marijuana laws have had on individuals and communities of color by establishing 3 grant programs to create new opportunities for individuals with prior convictions as they work to advance their careers, education, and overall quality of life. I must say that I think a lot of people have been brought a long ways regarding marijuana, and I think it's important now to take this next step. Otherwise, we're going to be stymied here. There are many important benefits of marijuana research that we need to examine, and I also believe unless we go further into it, look at the social injustices because of its status as it is today, we really must move forward. So I look forward to supporting this bill on the floor later this week. And with that, I thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you very much. Mr. Woodall, is there anybody else on your side that we're missing? I'm looking at my screen here. I don't see anybody else.
Mr. Chairman, I believe all voices have been heard.
I'm sorry, this is, do you mind? May I ask one other question?
Sure.
I apologize I should have thought of this, but it was in response to actually what Mr. Klein just said. As I understand, I just want to make sure I understand his point. We're talking about the criminality and removing criminal penalties and restorative justice. I'm not sure I understand your point that somehow doing research after we pass this bill isn't of value. The research would be, as I understood it from Secretary Shalala, and I share her concerns, but what the health impacts are, similar to doing research on tobacco that allowed us to ultimately make the decision to put warnings on cigarettes or warnings on alcohol as it relates to pregnant women and the impact, et cetera. So I don't understand. Why wouldn't we take the step now of addressing the criminal issues, the restorative justice issues, and doing research on the health effects, which would have nothing to do with the criminality and removing it from Schedule 1. I just want to make sure I understood you. From my perspective, there's no conflict here in doing it in this order. Did you mean something different than that? Did I misunderstand you?
No, Mr. Chairman, I thank the gentleman for his question, and I'd say the only difference is that a rescheduling and enabling of prescriptive authority for physicians while still maintaining a federal limitation on possession would enable that research, but not simply conduct the research after after it's been decriminalized and removed from the federal schedule altogether. It's just a more it's just a process by which it would be more gradual instead of all at once.
This does, I apologize, Mr. Chairman, but this has an enormous impact on the lives of people who have been put in the criminal justice system, who are disadvantaged. There has been a disproportionate application of the law, which is ruining lives. I share the people who have spoken, Secretary Shalala and others, Ms. Jackson Lee, about the health impacts that marijuana may have on people, your cardiopulmonary system, the impacts may be similar to tobacco, all those things. But notwithstanding that, it doesn't seem to me to be in conflict at all with the question of whether or not it should be on Schedule 1. I just wanted to make it clear, because I'm certainly sympathetic to the notion that we have to do more research on the health impacts to individuals, maybe fetal development, maybe other things that we don't know about. It seems to me that the Schedule 1 placement prohibits or inhibits the ability to do that research, but these are separate issues in my mind. One is about justice and criminality. One is about health impacts or research on the properties. So I don't see them in conflict. But I just wanted to clarify that so that I wasn't missing a point that you were making. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back. Thank you for indulging me.
Mr. Chairman.
Who's
Chairman?
Who's that? Mr. Jackson?
Yeah. Yes. Mr. Chairman, am I recognized?
Yes.
Thank you so very much. Gentleman from New York is very much in line with the very constructive and narrow drawing of this legislation. And I want to say to Mr. Klein, I started out by saying that this is not legislation to undermine law enforcement overall. That includes prosecutors and various levels of law enforcement across America. The rescheduling, I'd have to oppose that concept, because if the bill passed on rescheduling, the only beneficiaries would be industry and businesses, because the criminal aspects of the impact against those who would be subject to the law would still be there. They would still have the burden, the brunt. They still lose all of their future benefits, their life, their future. They would still be criminals. They would still be what we created in 1970, which is a tsunami of young men and women coming out of inner city America, having no future for standing on a corner with a little bit of marijuana. I saw it in my neighborhoods. I lived it. You wondered where Jerry went or Mary went, and where they went was under a criminal offense federally, prosecuted at 19-year-olds, 18-year-olds, 20-year-olds. So I think the idea of rescheduling was something we looked at, but frankly, we don't believe that it undermines the ability for law enforcement to ensure that other aspects of drugs are not taken care of. Again, this is distribution and possession, and it doesn't eliminate state actions. The other point I wanted to make is that it's been scientifically proven that marijuana is not a gateway drug. There's ample scientific evidence demonstrating that the use of marijuana does not cause the use of other substances. And according to the National Institutes of Drug Abuse, the majority of people who use marijuana do not go on to use other drugs. Again, with research, as this bill may pass, and the unleashing of restraints for researchers that get federal grants, we can see more, but there is no evidence of that. The other point that I think is extremely important is that the Journal of the American Medical Association Pediatrics have said that recreational marijuana laws were associated with an 8% decrease in the odds of marijuana use and a 9% decrease in the odds of frequent marijuana use. Consistent with the results of previous researches, there's no evidence that the legalization of medical marijuana encourages marijuana use among youth. Moreover, the estimates reported showed that marijuana use among youth may actually decline after legalization or recreational purposes. What I can tell you in my neighborhood, it will diminish the deaths, the killing of small timers dealing with marijuana sales and losing their life. If I can get that window of life-saving opportunity, I'm willing to take it. And then when I look at my 45-year-old, 50-year-old, 60-year-old mothers and fathers and grandparents who have felonies because of what they did when they were 19, and they are people of color with other burdens on them. Low education, why? Because the door was closed to them as they could have been in college. Typically some were, and they never went back. So I'm hoping that my colleagues will join us in passing and supporting in the Rules Committee this bipartisan legislation, because we tried to look at every aspect to ensure that we were not diminishing the legal infrastructure that would be protective, i.e. states, but also responded to the 47 states who have some aspect of decriminalizing marijuana. We think we have done that. We're glad that it was bipartisan. We look forward to being able to open this to the American people so that we can do the right thing and that we can work together, not only to look back for the expungement controlled by courts, but to look forward and to be able to have a just legal system. I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your kindness.
Thank you very much. I want to, let me just say, Ms. Jackson Lee, I want to associate myself with your remarks and that of my colleague, Mr. Morelli, and a lot of the others on this panel. When people ask me, like, what is systemic racism? I point to our drug laws in this country and how they have been enforced disproportionately and negatively impacting communities of color. That's a statistical fact. And as has been pointed out, I mean, people's lives have been ruined, have been destroyed by possessing just a small amount of cannabis. And it's just wrong. And, maybe this bill isn't perfect, but I've never seen a perfect piece of legislation in my lifetime. But it seems to me that the focus of this bill is to try to create fairer and more just laws, and to also address the unjust enforcement of some of our drug laws in the past. I mean, to give people back their lives. And so I think we ought to move forward on this, and I hope that we do. But obviously, there's a lot more work that we need to deal with in the future. But I want to thank Mr. Klein and Ms. Jackson Lee for your participation, and you are now free to go. And we have one other panel here.
Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to now welcome the Honorable Earl Blumenauer of Oregon. Earl, you with us? Thank you for providing your testimony today. Any written that you will submit to rules documents at mail.house.gov before the conclusion of this hearing will be, without objection, entered into the record. So I now recognize Mr. Blumenauer. And you got to turn your video on.
I'm trying. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Where are you? Okay, there you are. Okay, all right, good. Okay, good.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I deeply appreciate the conversation that's taken place, and I strongly associate myself with the comments that several of you have made. I think you've outlined, Mr. Chairman, what the situation is. Jackson Lee's was spot on. Ed Perlmutter's tireless efforts, starting with the banking bill. This is part of, I think, the culmination of what I've seen in the last 12 years in Congress, where the pieces are coming together. It is not any threat at all to what's going on at the states. To the contrary, the states will be able to do what they want to do without federal interference. We just had, at the last election day, the most important polls in Mississippi, in Montana, in South Dakota, Arizona, where voters, again, took this into their own hands. We have seen now 99% of the American public has legal access to some form of legalized cannabis. The manifest harms that has been documented weigh on my heart. This is an opportunity for this Congress to move in the right direction, to listen to those concerns, and to allow the states to move forward. Absolutely, there's more work to be done. But this bill is a critical first step. I could not be more proud of the work that the Judiciary Committee. They were extraordinarily cooperative and our being able to work with them. I've been involved with the legislation for years. This is the best piece that I have seen. It sweeps away the cobwebs in terms of the research. I really appreciate Mr. Morelli talking about clarifying what our friend's concern was about research. There's no reason that we should not be able to move forward. We are ceding the innovation in this industry to Israel and to Canada. It's outrageous that parents in my community and in yours who have little babies who are subject to extreme seizure disorders, that they have to do their own pharmacological research to be able to fashion medicine for their children. And we don't have a framework to have that move forward. The one plantation that was referenced by Congresswoman Shalala is not the quality of cannabis that we see in Congresswoman Matsui's state of California that would be able to provide benefits. We have it in Oregon. It's outmoded, it's narrow, and it's stupid. This is an opportunity for the federal government to get in step with what has happened in states across the country. The legislation is carefully balanced. There are, I will tell you, any number of interest groups that are been a part of these conversations. There's a delicate balancing in terms of social justice, in terms of the industry, in terms of state regulators. And I think that was hit very well by the Judiciary Committee. The tax is something that we've done on the Ways and Means Committee, and the decision was made to keep it relatively low, not dealing with tobacco or alcohol, which are fully legal substances, and where we're not dealing with vast black markets. Having a relatively low tax is an important step to be able to deal with illicit activities that actually poses a threat to our children. There is no corner drug dealer that checks for identification before he or she sells to a junior high student. They have no license to lose. When we legalize, regulate, and tax, we be able to bring it under the tent. We have an opportunity to clear up these ambiguities. We have an opportunities for states to continue to experiment and refine their efforts. And we are speaking directly to the people who've demanded action. And I don't know what clearer signals we could get than what has happened in state after state, where the voters have taken it in their hands, what's happened in terms of legislatures that are extremely conservative, who understand this is what the voters want. And Congresswoman Shalala's state of Florida, that was over 60% of the people that approved medical marijuana. This is an opportunity for the federal government to get in step, to be a constructive partner, to be able to move forward with reform, to protect our children by taxing, regulating, and being able to be in partnership with the states. I'll resist the temptation to go on and on. I am happy to respond to any questions that you may have. I think it's safe to say that I've been working on this issue longer than any other politician in America. I started in 1973 when Oregon was the first state to decriminalize. I've been campaigning on this literally from Bangor, Maine to Santa Barbara, California. Working with a number of you on these provisions. I'm excited that we've reached this point, and I think it's an opportunity for the federal government to be a full partner that the states deserve. I would urge you to move the legislation forward. I've examined the amendments. There's nothing there that's new that wasn't considered by the Judiciary Committee or those of us that's worked on it. I would say that there has been significant bipartisan participation in terms of refining this bill. What happened with the Safe Banking Act, what's happened, we have a bipartisan research bill with Congressman Harris and I that's ready to move forward. But this bill is an important step. I would respectfully request that you move it forward and not encumber it with other amendments that aren't going to add to the discussion and really are not necessary for the federal partnership to move forward.
Well, I want to thank the gentleman for his testimony, and I also want to commend him on his leadership on this issue. And he's right; he's been working on this for a long time, and he's been ahead of not only most members of Congress, but most states, in fact, when it's come to dealing with this issue. But I also just want to point out a point that the gentleman made, which I think is worth emphasizing. This is not a new concept. The bill that we're moving forward here. It was marked up over a year ago. So it's been around for a long time. We are finally now bringing it to the floor for a vote. I think it's long overdue. But we need to move forward. But anyway, I thank the gentleman for his leadership. I'd like to yield now to Mr. Woodall for any questions or comments.
I have no questions, Mr. Chairman.
All right, Ms. Torres.
I have no questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Perlmutter.
Just want to say thank you to Mr. Blumenauer for his decades of work on this. And, this bill really addresses a lot of things, and a lot of things that should have been changed ages ago. So just want to say thanks for your tireless work, and it really has been tireless, and you've been focused, and hopefully we can get the Senate to get off their duff and take something up. I mean, they are scared of their shadows on this thing, or at least their leadership is, because there is bipartisan support for advancing our marijuana laws in the Senate if their leadership would ever take anything up, which is pretty frustrating because America is so far ahead of this Congress on this subject. It's ridiculous. So, Earl, thank you for your work on this. I yield back.
All right, thank you, Mr. Raskin.
Mr. Chairman, I too just want to salute Mr. Blumenauer for his great leadership in changing both sentiment within Congress, but also public opinion. And we are definitely catching up now with where the public is and where the states are. And so I want to thank him for his hard work, and I yield back to you.
Thank you. Ms. Scanlon.
Nothing from me. Thank you.
Mr. Morelli.
Yeah, no, Mr. Chairman, I just want to thank Mr. Blumenauer for his extraordinary leadership over the many years, and grateful to him for his work.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Shalala.
No questions, thank you.
Ms. Matsui.
I have no questions. I just want to say thank you to Mr. Blumenauer. I know he's been there for a long time, and we really appreciate your leadership. And I do hope that we can move this bill. Thank you.
Mr. Woodall, is there anybody I'm missing?
You are not, Chair.
Okay, all right. No other questions? I want to thank Mr. Blumenauer for...
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
If I could just say, I can't tell you how much I appreciated listening to the entire proceedings of the Rules Committee. And I would just wish that our colleagues had a chance to hear what you were saying and have done. I think that would be extraordinarily helpful for them. I think your hearing really covered the waterfront on the issue as well as anything that I appreciate what the committee did in putting it together.
Well, I appreciate that, and my hope is we could have a thoughtful debate on the House floor, not only on the rule but on the bill itself. So thank you very much. Let me just make before are there any members who so you're dismissed, Mr. Blumenauer. Thank you. Are there any other members who wish to testify in HR 3884? Seeing none, this closes the hearing on HR 3884. At this time, the chair will entertain a motion from the distinguished gentlewoman from California, Mr. Torres.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move the.
You need to turn your video on. There you go. Perfect. Good.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move the committee grant HR 3884, the Marijuana Opportunity Reinvestment and Expungement Act of 2019, a closed rule. The rule provides 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary. The rule waives all points of order against consideration of the bill. The rule provides that an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 116-67 modified by the amendment printed in the Rules Committee report shall be considered and adopted, and the bill as amended shall be considered as read. The rule waives all points of order against provisions in the bill as amended. Finally, the rule provides one motion to recommit with or without instructions.
You heard the motion from the gentleman from California. Is there any amendment or discussion?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Woodall.
I noted your interest in having a thoughtful discussion on the House floor, and so I would like to make a motion that we have an open rule so that we can have such a thoughtful discussion on the House floor. I note that there weren't but 5 amendments submitted. 3 of those were Republican amendments. The opportunity to have a full-throated discussion certainly is not going to be available to us on NDAA. It's not going to be available to us on a continuing resolution, but it is available to us on something that is very narrow in scope, as this bill is, and one that does cross some of our very traditional partisan lines, and I think deserves that kind of conversation. I had hoped we would have more than just the manager's amendment made in order, but because there were such a limited number of amendments offered, I make the motion that we make this an open rule.
You heard the amendment from the gentleman from Georgia. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, the vote is on the Woodall amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
You declare the noes have it.
I have taken a
orders. That
leadership. I'd like to yield now to